$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Mr. Cunnet, breaking 7 seals. This is somewhat a critique of the BS you heard today. Desperation over there, if you understand what they was trying to do. Anyway, why don't they step forward and get us $5,000 and make, I'm the one they're trying to shut down. I'm the one they was readdressing today. You notice how their so-called mosques, they're empty? They got citizens in the first 2 rows, and after that, visitors. On the brother side, every other chair, and then it's, on the back is empty. It's pathetic. But he's the man. He's the man, see? He's hemorrhaging followers. He hardly has anyone left. And that's his main right there. On a Sunday, the message was around. Mr. Yusuf Shah was the minister. That place was packed every Sunday, every Wednesday, every Friday, packed. Sometimes, a lot of times, standing room only. Sometimes people stay outside. I know. I was there. Sometimes I did the searching. I did security. I did a lot of things. That place was they're desperate. He's the Messiah. And remember, he's supposed to be the one that leads through this. They can't get the story straight. He's going to lead us through this period of real darkness. Wait a minute. When he told us shut up, he's supposed to be this great light. We're supposed to see. How are we going to see a light that's shut down? They're confused over there. Then they go back to my something 2005 years ago, the COVID, where he didn't speak on it until 7 months later. Even when they had so-called Savior's Day in February, the thing had been raised for 2 months. He never said a word. He talked about Kobe, never said anything about COVID. Maybe he got too confused, right? COVID, Kobe. And then we show up with a mask, and all of a sudden, oh, don't take a shot. I've been talking about it all year. I've been talking about the whole year. I explained it back. You can go back and see my presentation. I explained this whole thing. And I said, they did those dates messed up too. 1619, 2019, that's the official 40-year period. And I'm not talking about 64-year period. Prior to that, it was a hidden period. That's where he said it. Anyway, 2020 will be the first end of the 40 years. 1620 to 2019. So 2020 will be the first of the plagues. They let us go. I explained it. I said it wouldn't affect us. It affected the original people. Everything I said about that was absolutely true. And the presentation out there to prove it. If comes 7 months later, and he knows all about it, like he always does. 7 months later, and some of his top people, remember all his top people was dying during that period of time? Go back and check. Oh, every week, oh, this top person, top minister or something died. See? They took the shot. They tell everybody not taking, they took it. That's why they want to tell you the reason for their death. They want to tell you, oh, it's a secret. Why is it a secret? The cause of death, they won't tell you. Because they was the ones, said, don't take the shot. And they took it. Because they didn't believe in him either. They're so full of shit over there, it's pathetic. But we're going to talk about 2 things, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can calm my voice now, because I'm hyper these days. Everything's about to jump off. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But they keep sending, I notice they keep making comments, but you don't have to make a comment. Just come to show, prove this. Why are they making comments? And they'll come and say, okay, here's the proof. Here's the fact, but they can't. And here, it's so clear. He said, well, he's Aaron. How can they say he's Aaron? All you gotta do is read what Aaron did. Aaron was no goddamn good. He died in the wilderness. He got cursed. He got his fathers killed. He made the nation laughing stock. That's what Aaron did. But they keep saying he's Aaron. He's Aaron. Like, that's a great name. I mean, people are sick over there. See? Because they're in the data mode. Farrakhan just say it. They don't think. They're going to talk about how lying stuff corrupt your brain. It does. First, you got to have a brain to get corrupt. Then they can't find anything to prove that he says who he claimed to be. And we're going to show that in a minute. We'll show that in a minute. You see? He's Aaron. Oh, and then the Quran's the book. What does it say about Aaron in the Quran? Moses wanted to kill him, grabbed him by the beard, wanted to kill him when he returned, even in the Quran. He has no cover, even in the Quran. Even in the Quran has no cover. But yet he's the Messiah, he's going to deliver us, yet he can't wipe his own ass right now. And then he says, well, he's the light, the bright light. Well, how is it light when he told us, shut up? God told him, shut up. How is it light? They're so fucking confused over this, pathetic. Because they're dying. They won't be around much longer. He was the Lord will consume with spirit of his mouth and destroy. But the price of his coming. Because that what he says they grab the straws. And he never gave solution, right? But he never gave a solution of what they're supposed to do. Just believe in the fact of God. Oh no, we're believing in Elijah because he's guiding Farrakhan. Well, then Farrakhan's the message with it. You see, they got to put that in there. See, they can't be forever just Farrakhan. They got to say, because this guy can't even hardly talk. They got to hold him up. So they got to put, you got to give him some crutches. So Elijah's a crutch. Say, oh, well, Elijah's behind him, so don't worry about it. He may be in bad shape, but Elijah's behind him. They're pathetic over there. You can't find any scripture that supports him being other than a damn no good. And then they say, oh, how can they say it a straight face? He would not abandon the sheep. And that's exactly what he did. He admits it. He don't say it like that. He said he out of his own mouth, he said Nation Islam had fell. They tore it, him and Wallace tore it down and ripped it off, took the money. And he said some people went crazy. He said that. Some people went crazy, some went back in the streets, some went back on drugs, and so forth, right? This was remember the nation was under attack by the wolves. He was one of the wolves, him and Wallace. There was bad-mouthed messenger and bad-mouthed master Muhammad. Put that aside. Because the point he's making is he's a shepherd. He wouldn't have been. That's exactly what he did. He abandoned sheep. He left. He said he was way out there in Arizona someplace when Bernard Cushman went and got him. So how was he managing the sheep when he went out there? He abandoned the sheep, man. And how can they say with a straight face? He would never abandon the sheep. If the sheep got in trouble, that's exactly what he did. No damn mouth. The marriage name for Islam was in trouble. It was gone. They had destroyed it, and the people had nothing. And he was long gone. He left them, abandoned them to the wolves. And when he came back, because he said he was broke, he ran out his money. So he's like a buzzy come back to eat the flesh that he had killed. Come on, he wouldn't do that. That's exactly what he did. That's clear. That is not hidden information. That's exactly what he did. Because he's a goddamn coward. You know, I can speak to that. I don't know if I'm against that or not. But it takes resistance. Well, let me say a little about that. You know, growth represents resistance. People say, why Farrakhan nothing happened to him? They'll put him in jail because he ain't fighting for the cause. He's not growing in Islam. He's not resisting. He said, I want to make America great again. I love America. I want to be here. I love these things. My father, they're my brothers, and they're going to heaven with these. And some of them are bad. And that's why I ain't about them. Because he's got head deep up their ass. It's not back between their legs. Going hard. That's why he ain't been in jail or nothing. You know, that's my main mission right now, to take him down. He's almost gone. I'd be glad he was gone, because I'm tired of dealing with this shit, man. It's like you get a brand new house, man, full of shit. You got to clean the shit out, man. You know, you want the house, but damn, somebody left a bunch of shit in there. I'd be glad when I get that shit out, boy. Oof. Man. I mean, I'm not going to say any more about that. Let's look at this. We're going to get to the main point quickly. Play a few things, you know, to get, you know, to the stage.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Again, I guess they never read this part of the Quran either. They pull the Quran up. That's the book, right? According to them. What they was telling you is, don't listen to angel stuff. Last book, that's bullshit. How come in the Quran and bring up to date what's going on in the world today? Identify. You can't even tell what the jinn are. And the Sunnis, I mean, they haven't had a victory in 500 years. They got the Quran, they got Mecca, they got Hadith, they got the language. No. Yet they can't explain current events using the Quran. They can't identify. They couldn't tell where to go in the calf is. They don't know anything. Everybody comes to tell you their book's the last book. That's not what Elijah Muhammad taught. He gets books after books after books. Obsolete. The book of Abraham, the book he had. You see any evidence of that book around anymore? You can't even find the book of Zoroaster. Zoroaster was a legitimate prophet. That's what the Persians were before they became Muslim. And they said the book is out there somewhere, maybe. But you go back. The books last 10,000 years ago, 5,000. What are those books in the past? They don't exist anymore. Obsolete. And the Quran is obsolete now. It's not it's the Injil, it's the book. It tells you in the scripture. It tells you Daniel and the Injil will both be revealed in the last days. But they want to go with that. Even if you read Genesis, it tells you right there. It said the Quran was a lesser light. The Injil was a greater light. But they don't understand either. Let's move on. When I take Jews and Christians for friends, see, you can't read that. Students can't read either. But they run to God for protection. Oh, how so? Please, America, protect us. There's no one but Allah. That's when they run in your face. They cover their bullshit. You say, Assalamu alaikum to you, look like you're crazy. And in the back of their mind, I dig what you're saying, Assalamu alaikum, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to deal with them in a minute. See? And they don't know shit. I'm going to prove it to them in a minute. They have no Islam. It's not no mathematics associated with it. It's bullshit they put together. They don't even understand themselves. Right there. Right there. They're begging God, please protect us, please. Protect from their little mouth of Israel. Protect from Israel. That's Muslims? That's supposed to be Muslims who fear nobody by the law? And they're shaking their boots because Israel says, weak. They're going to make us. Please, America, which save us from Israel. Really? We're going to get your ass out in a minute. So you're going to find some real men, real Muslims alike. In a minute. Israel, the real Israel. EAL. It's, I'm fired up. The drilling is flowing. See? When you get ready for battle, you got to get, you see people getting ready for go to in the ring. They get fired up, got the little, right? Loosen up. Get ready for it. You'll get your ass kicked. People notice me. I wasn't really that much aware of how people. Man, what's wrong with you, man? They think I'm crap or something. Fired up. 77 years old next month. I'm tired. Don't get me wrong. I am tired, boy. I prove. Right? But I'm also fired up, so I guess you can be both at the same time as I am.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What?
See, when you think about it, I've been going at this for 50 years. When I was 20 years old when I started my journey looking for Elijah. I've been on this case for 100%. It's 1970. What would that do for me? 1970? That'd be 30 years plus 25? That's what? 30 years, 25, that's 55 years, man. On my post. With total resistance every step of the way. Because I ain't been bullshitting. I don't know, maybe I deserve to be tired. Fired up. Don't get me wrong. You don't want to get in my way. You really don't. I'm very tired. I'm weak. Some people can't just think like get to the brain and mind. You're so messed up. But that's going to change in a minute. When they change, you better get out their way. Levi's having a problem right now, but if they get their act together, you better not get in their way. You don't You don't want to be in their way. Then they get to act together. You really don't want to be in their way. They're the hardest people on the planet. But in the wrong direction. What happened to turn in the right direction? I keep saying. I said, if you get those people, what it says, easy turn the was it 85% easy to turn in the wrong direction? Easy turn the wrong, hard turn the right direction. But if you turn around, right, then it'd be opposite. It's easy to turn in the right direction, hard to turn in the wrong direction. It's the opposite. You don't want to get in their way. You really don't. Just turn them around. They're going to be just hard-headed on your ass. Right? Let's move on. Levites, these are hard-headed folks, boy. When they get in their way, when they turn around, you really don't want to get in their way. That's why I say exceedingly great army. Not talking about the elect, talking about them. Exceedingly great army. You don't really get in their way. I'm just waiting to see if they turn around. If they will turn around. But I said if they turn around, I know it's going. Whoa. You want to be in their way, I'm telling you.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, I'm going to show you that. I mean, it's the proof. What they do is obvious. They did it again today. My wife was holding her breath when he was talking about Abraham covenant, and I'm going to show you proofs. What they just did. I said, they going to say the whole thing. You see what I'm talking about? Let me show you. We'll get to the main point in a minute. Stand by, because you don't want to miss it. When I get to the main point, you don't want to miss it. Believe me.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, brothers and sisters, right here. It's about Malachi, Elijah, right? He's the last one. Well, now they're going to call Farrakhan a messenger. I don't know how that came about. He's a messenger now because he's an Aaron. Now they want to for him as a messenger. He was the Messiah, but now, whatever. Either way, I guess they're trying to address this. Because you understand what I've been saying the last week or so. I mean, that's actually quote this stuff. The cool thing about, I said for you death and life. That's the exact scripture I was talking about this week. But I told you, I say something, they talk about it. They try to knock it down, but they don't want to do it directly. They want to bring attention to me. Because already they're losing people because people know about me. And they don't want the rest of people that don't know about me to know about me yet. That's one of the reasons why they're doing it that way. They don't want to speak to me directly. Because then, once they hear this, they see a demon, and anybody got no empty seat. But here, the messenger of the covenant says right there. And that's not Farrakhan. We see what the covenant is. Right? But I guess they're trying to say he's the messenger of the covenant now. That's that sly way of doing it by saying he's a messenger now. That's not what Exodus says. Exodus, Aaron was no goddamn good. Anyway, but they never mentioned, well, I can't say it again because they did say he was a messenger. They didn't say he was a messenger of the covenant. Again, they're trying to easy way around this one. Anyway, mention of the covenant specifically, they don't ever mention the covenant, but they mention the rest of it. So let's go on a little further.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
First part, this is the second part.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Okay, we know who the messenger of the covenant is. We know there's a messenger of the covenant, right? And now we know what the covenant is the messenger of. But they never mentioned this. They mentioned the first part, didn't they? They mentioned this part, right? They mentioned this part. They didn't mention this part. Those believing.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
And they don't believe this part. They didn't mention that part. Same thing, the messenger of the covenant. They don't mention that. They mention Elijah. They don't mention the messenger of the covenant. Who appear Elijah, who come to Elijah, he'd be the one that Elijah prepared the way for. He's the one that leads you home. They never mention him. They never mention the covenant either. They don't mention the messenger of the covenant and the covenant. Remember, these things are connected. And he mentioned that he may actually said the first part, and he didn't say that part. I'm holding my breath. I want to go say the second part. And he said, after that judge the nation, and it would come out. Okay, before it come out was come out names, come out religion, but now it's come out. Come out where? And then he says, in a land that's not theirs, that's what it quote. But he been telling us America belongs to us. America belongs to us. I'll sweat, I'll pray, we but now, come out. And the land don't belong to us. That's what the scriptures say. So they're desperate. But it says, come out. I said, well, we're going to Arabia. That's the covenant. So now we have a messenger of covenant. We have a covenant. So now, who is it? Who is the messenger of covenant? Let's find who that is. What's the identity of the messenger of covenant?
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. For from the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Now consider this, brothers and sisters. He telling you Aaron is one that inherits after Elijah. Elijah passed on to Aaron. Isn't that what he keeps saying? That's not what this is saying. They bypass Aaron. He goes to Joshua. Joshua's the one that, but they never mention Joshua. They never mention the covenant. They mention the covenant itself, and don't mention Joshua, right? They're all connected. Joshua is the messenger of the covenant. He's the one going to take you home. He's going to fill the covenant. They don't mention those three things. See, they got to put Farrakhan there. It says Aaron, but Aaron's not mentioned here. It goes from Moses to it. Bypass Aaron, because Aaron was no good. He was trouble. It goes from Moses to bypass Aaron. See? So why they quote part in this part? It says those who leave part of the book and discipline the other, most grievous chastisement. Let's move on. This is very simple stuff, brothers and sisters.
There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
There it is, brothers. He's with Joshua, with Moses, not Aaron. And he tells Joshua, hey, I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, I will not forsake thee. I got your back. You don't worry about nothing. Hey, when they bust your ass up with those raise pellets, who had your back then? Right? Who had your back then? Yeah, synagogue said had your back because they were shooting raise pellets up your ass. Who had your back then? Who cursed your ass? That's not a curse, what you call it. Because you're robbing the nation. Because you're no good stinking bum. That's why. Demon. Your time is up. Your time is up. You can't wipe your own ass. See? That's it. You walk around, you're the Messiah, right? You walk around carrying shit all over you every day. What kind of Messiah is that? Pissing shit in the bag. It means you're walking around with a bag of shit and piss on your side all the time. You're the Messiah? Now you can't wipe your own ass. And people got to dress you. That's why they put you in jumpsuits. You the Messiah? Who do you think you talk to, Ishmael? Who do you think you're talking to? A bunch of dummies like you? He's the Messiah. You hug him, and between you and him is a bag of shit. He's the Messiah. So it says, I will not forsake thee, I will not fail thee. So if God was talking to you, then whoever God said that, please stay away from me. If that's the kind of support you give, I don't need it. Sad. He's gone. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7 Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8 This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9 Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Notice that fool tried to mention the 5 pillars, but he couldn't speak to it directly because he don't understand himself. He never gave a solution to this time of trouble. We just believe in God. Believe in Farrakhan, trust in him. Believe unseen. Remember the story I told you last week about the story of Moses traveling, searching knowledge? Well, you just don't understand what he's doing. I know he's putting shit in the bag, that's clear enough. I know his father's the devil, that's clear enough for me. I know that he's Aaron, that's clear enough for me. So what else I need to know? What else I need to know? They mentioned the 5 pillars, but not clearly, because he would have to try to explain them. But I kept saying, okay, you say a time of trouble, what's your solution? What's the solution? Give us a solution. You're going to tell us trouble. Because that's like Noah saying, hey, Noah, it's going to be a calamity is coming. Okay, yeah, okay. What do I do? Oh, calamity is coming. What do I do though? What's the solution? See? So what's the solution? Farrakhan? What's the Ishmael? Or just believe Farrakhan? Follow him? Well, we see where he's going. We see where he's going. He's in a wheelchair with his ass blown up. You dare that almost follow something like that? Because if he's in a wheelchair, his ass blown up, if you understand how things work, they try to put everything on Allah. Oh, nothing happens without the will. If everything happens without the nothing happens with Allah, then what the hell am I talking for? What are you talking for? This doesn't make no sense. If nothing happens without the will of Allah, then why are you doing anything? You got free will. Well, how can you have free will if nothing happens without the will of Allah? Well, you say, whatever you do, that's Allah's will. So how do you see your shit? Your shit just stinks. Well, shit stinks anyway, right? Because it don't make no sense. If nothing happens to Allah's will, that means you have no free will, like you say, because you say you can't. If Allah, then it means you can do something that Allah didn't will. But you said nothing happens to Allah will. We can't. And then that stupid statement you say about we do nothing. We didn't do nothing great. Wait, hold it. You did something. You had to find that damn egg, didn't you? One of those times say, hey, man, hey, bro, don't listen to mother. Don't follow the sperm. Take a detour. Right to the egg. You see that? Or you had to figure out yourself. There's so goddamn stupid over there. You ain't do nothing. No. Ain't no God created me. My mother and father brought me into existence. I didn't ask for it, that's true. But they did it, and I'm here. Ain't no mystery God did any of that. And they said, well, ain't no mystery. Well, then if you keep saying that stuff, then who is the one doing it, fool? You keep saying nobody things happen without Allah's permission, and then you keep telling me ain't no mystery God. And that's Muhammad. So in other words, not everything is his, he's in control of everything? No, he's not. So you're confused over there. Nothing happens without Allah's permission. Nothing happens. And then, and then Allah's putting, he's in everybody's womb making babies. So you saying these women committing fornication with Master Muhammad? Is that what you're trying to say? How's he doing it? You saying that's what you're saying? Because the shit say don't make no sense. It just stinks to high heaven. It doesn't make no goddamn sense at all. None. You're just talking, push out your ass and call it honey. Some of the fools buying it. Well, he came out of Farrakhan's head. It must be honey because he's sweet. It's sick. It's sick. The whole thing is sick. So if nothing happened to Allah's permission, then Allah was the one that blew up Farrakhan's ass, right? He's the one that blew his ass up over because that's Allah's will. So why Allah will for him to blow his ass up? And then all this other stuff about, wow, perfect. Then why is this creation so fucked up? If you're perfect, you make everything you make perfect. So why is the creation all fucked up? That's your idea. It's all stupid shit. It's all gonna be going away in a minute. Because the only people buy that crap is idiots and demons and fools like you. It makes no sense. We gotta get brains get corrupted if we get bad data. What the hell is that? That means your brain's totally corrupt because none of that shit makes any damn sense. Because if I believe in Sunniism and stuff you talk about 100%, I wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. I ain't got to worry about nothing because it's God's will. I just wait God to will me some food, will me a car. If you don't will it, I ain't going to have it. So what's the point in getting out and try to do it? Go get me a car. I'm going against God's will because He want me to have it. He bring it to me. It's stupid shit. If you go out there working stuff, you're going against God's will. This lady in which let His will move you around like you're a puppet. Because according to you, we're all puppets. According to you, that some dumb shit, we're all puppets. And so, you pull the strings. And the puppet don't move with the strings you pull. So Allah's pulling these strings. So therefore, we don't just let them lay in the bed. He pulls out the bed. He pulls to the table. Put food in their mouth. Dumb shit. And then you say, we gotta do better, we gotta do for self. Well, if that's Allah's will, then why we gotta do anything? They want to think that way. Don't try to stop them thinking that way. Because that just identify who they are. All that crap will be gone. That's what wakes up in the morning. He determines how long we're going to live or die. What the hell is that goddamn mother playing for? Just don't wake up the devils in the morning. This is some dumb shit. You go soon, they're going to cut your head off. Because you got to be dumb like them. He that dude here. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He said 2 + 2 = 4, man. I don't understand, man. You can't be saying because the damn Lord's will. Let's say that. What you mean talking? Well, if I wanted me to know 2 + 2 is 4, He would have revealed it to me. He didn't reveal it to me, so it must not be true. That shit. Oh, I tell you. I that's the beer. I didn't want this mission. I hate this mission. I really do. Because it's up to me, man. I hidden away in the cave someplace away from all this shit. Because this is a lake of shit. I gotta wade through this lake of shit to pull my people out of this lake of shit. So I gotta get into this shit. If people drowning shit, you gotta get in there. Elijah Muhammad had to get in there. Muhammad had to come and get in too. He took it as long as he could. He got the hell out of here. So you gotta get shelled over you to get your people out of this shit. Because if it wasn't for that, man, I'd be going there where it is. All this crap. I mean, this is brain cancer, this shit you're hearing. None of it makes any damn sense. God made you the womb. He's perfect, but you're imperfect. You got free will, but nothing happens out of the will of Allah. And He's but the creation's all messed up. And so He put you in here, and everything's all confusing, right? And He put you in here, and you got to figure it out. Because if you don't figure it out, He's going to burn your dumb ass up forever, never. Because you flawed. Wait a minute, but He made you, but you flawed, but He's perfect. I mean, man, bro, just talking about it makes me sick. Sometimes I feel like give me a crack pipe, just get over it. I tell you, because this is worse than crack. It At least crack, you get high, you feel good. This shit's worse than crack. This bullshit you be hearing every day. This way this shit, forget about the media and all that other stuff. Goddamn mouth makes no goddamn sense, none. That's what I'm saying. When I made Elijah, it was like, because before that, nothing everybody made sense to me. And when I got to Elijah and everything he said made sense, I said, man, wow. I finally met somebody that got some damn sense. Because everybody thought I was crazy. I was saying, God's a man. Oh, hey, you must be one of them Muslims. I didn't know what a Muslim was. But I'm reading the book, and I'm saying, I'm reading it. And I'm going by what it says there, not by some bullshit some dumbass preacher told me. And when I read it, I said, it was like, oh, wow. Like heaven. Because finally I was hearing something that made some sense. Because none I heard before. They used to throw me out of Sunday school because my mother she's diehard Baptist. They used to my Sunday school, I asked a question. I said, why is everybody white here? Why is all the pictures? They used to throw me out of Sunday school all the time. Because nothing made any damn sense to me. And I wasn't just going to swallow shit because you say it's honey. It don't taste like honey to me. Well, I don't give a damn. Don't tell honey to me. Move on. Totally against everything Elijah's mama taught. Totally. There's no way you can justify this and mess with black men. How you live for America, I say it's right. No way you can justify this. You're kissing on the devils. But you heard what Ishmael said, this is this. This is this, and that's that. This is this, and this, that's that. Yeah, I guess you're right. This is this, and that's that. I guess that's probably the most profound statement he ever said in his life. This is this, and that. Yeah, you have to have a sense of humor, man, because otherwise you'd be blowing your goddamn brains out. You gotta laugh at this shit. If you like a shit, man, you gotta have a sense of humor. If you're a leg of shit and people out of it, you gotta have a sense of humor. If you don't, you just drown yourself. You say, heck with it, man, just drown yourself. You have a sense of humor. You do. You do. You really do. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm getting my main point in a minute. You really have a sense of humor. I do have that. Not too much of anything else, but I got a sense of humor, though. Not a comedian like they are, but I laugh at them. I can recognize a joke when I see it. And that's a big joke over there. That's one of the biggest jokes I've ever seen in fire. I mean, just think about it. If you could just read elementary level, it's not way well. You can justify fire. It's nothing. You can't find anything that justifies that. Nothing. That's one big circus over there. Like I said, I can recognize a joke, and that's the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. That's them. That's what he did. Lose the nation, badmouth the messenger on the way out, badmouth Master Muhammad. Got proof of it. He said, that Muhammad said his worst hypocrite. What do you got to do? Piss on you to realize it? Well, he already doing that. And you think it's rain. He's pissed all over the Nation of Islam. He said, oh man, finally got some rain, right? They're shitting on you. Oh man, look at all this honey. He's freaking from Farrakhan, man. We getting some rain and honey, man. Damn, Farrakhan is the man. He's the man. Look at him. All that honey coming out of his ass. All that piss, all that water hitting rain. He's pissing on us. Damn, he's sweet, man. He's God. When he piss, rainwater, maybe Coke, Coca-Cola. He said, honey, he's so perfect, he's so good. And that's what these two clowns did. Both were evil. This guy hated his father, totally. And they ripped the nation, but he didn't hate the money that he ripped off the nation for. It was no good according to him, but yet still, he wanted the money that his father had produced for the Nation of Islam, that belongs to the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan took from it too. They didn't belong to the believers. They took it and ran. Left the sheep. He gave them back. Sheep wanted that money. He came back to sheep to finish off his flesh. He's the buzzard. That's buzzy dead bodies that he killed. Okay, let's get to the main. Let's see how I did this. Okay, I think. Okay, some of the bomb is this today. I'm not gonna go through it, brothers and sisters, but I got this highlight down here. It says, but pray ye that your flight not be in the winter, neither on the Sabbath. That's when they attack us. You understand that, right? Like this. That's what I'm going to speak to. Pray that your flight not be in the winter, neither on the Sabbath. Okay, keep that in mind. But in this case here, it just says, and pray that your flight not be in the winter. So why did they drop the Sabbath out? Why did they left the Sabbath part out? Just say winter. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. Right? Okay. Let's see here. Both of them together. Pray your flight not be in the winter, neither on the Sabbath. Pray your flight not be in the winter. So we just mentioned winter, they don't mention the Sabbath part. So we're going to talk about that. Okay, here we go. See here? Now, a few years back, I gave a hint of this to people that was associated with this interest in Injil. A few years back, but I didn't go into detail. You know, but when I was doing it, I was talking about just the time. Looking at the angel key in sense of time. So now I'm going to go in more detail. Right? Now, look at angel, right? Okay, you got 12, members 12 here. And each one of them represents a month. January, February, March, whatever, right? To December. Okay? Okay. So March would be, but we know scripturally, and actually technically, because the devils did that. They changed January the 1st. No, the first of the month is spring, is March. That's universal. In fact, some places still do that. It was the Europeans that took and says no, because they had this emperor, his name was Janus. You can check it out on your own. His name was Janus, and he wanted to change the calendar, because they said they would do that. And they say his birthday, right? His birthday was in January, right? So we're gonna make that the first. Maybe I'm pretty sure his name was Janus, but January. Well, maybe I know it was that was emperor. And January, so he wanted his birthday to be the first of the year. So they made January the first of the year. Okay, but technically, birthday of spring is the first year, right here, March. Right. So we start here. That's what scripture you go from March. We start here. So we start here, and you get down here, and the Sabbath is the seventh month. That's not the Sabbath day like Saturday. They're not talking about that. That don't make any sense if you think about it. So the seventh month would be September. That's Sabbath, right? But then December would be the winter month, getting them winter. Follow me? So it says, pray that you don't be on the Sabbath or the winter. Sabbath or the winter. See? Now, I had people think, and people, they gave explanation that I'm going to say one thing about certain Levites that was look at this. This would kind of attest for them that indirectly. Right? See, well, the fact that they didn't go negative at that point is in their favor. I'm gonna leave it. I'm not saying more than that. I'm gonna leave it alone. The point is, because I hadn't double checked their pulse before I revealed this. Okay. So what happened is that what it's saying here is that look who's on the Sabbath, who's on the winter. Notice that? Say you're afraid going to be on the Sabbath or the winter. But then the next time you just say just winter. Why do you talk about the Sabbath? Okay, flow. You hear? Because remember the war, at this point in time, I'm not showing all the details. Maybe I should have previously. Okay, I'm just going to cut the chase here, right? So at this point in time, the war is going on. So I should actually show them still fighting each other, but the war is going on. The war resumes and says before the battle was won, because it said this happened, says there was no sign of victory nor defeat. So before this battle was won, right? That's when Joshua comes and those come to, right? When come to the Aaron's, right? Because Aaron's in control. He comes to Aaron's what they call it, his Aaron's well anyway, to Aaron's temple. I put it like that. So he's in charge, right? So anyway, I say no lie. So he says he comes in just before the war is over. See, at this point the war is over because they've been victorious. This is the war between in the Middle East. Iran and Syria against Gog and Magog. But at this point they're victorious. And once they're victorious, that's when they attack us. But just before that, right? Because he comes before they're victorious while they're still fighting. So once the war resumes, so that's when he gets Eli and Suleiman comes connected. At that point, they have cast Farrakhan out. I'm not going into all that detail. So those are familiar with this know what I'm talking about. They would have cast Farrakhan, and he comes in and said he's sitting dark in the great light. That's what they're talking about, not Farrakhan. You understand? So, I mean, well, I'm cutting to the chase here because I couldn't go back and show where they're actually still fighting and all that stuff. But but you wouldn't understand it unless you're familiar with the Injil. So the point is that he comes here before they're victorious. They're still fighting here. It says there's a time of it's time of war, but not a sign of victory or defeat. So he comes just before they're victorious right here. So he has come to Nathan's Islam. He's kicked out Legion. He takes control. That's what it says in Mark where they come together. It says they actually come to him, but that's a little more complicated. But anyway, they come together. Okay. Okay. So what happens? So then, right, it attacked. Didn't attack. So these had warning. They didn't have to flee in panic. They heard warning. They already know what to do. Remember, these are demons down here. They didn't have any warning because they wasn't bleeding. They ain't bleeding and stuff. That's why here they only say winter, right? Because they get caught. They don't mess with Sabbath because they wasn't hurt. That's why they say winter. Pray that you don't be in the winter. But winter, that's because of it, right? In other words, it's not talking about the time frame. It says It's telling these, pray that you don't be in this condition, right? You're gonna hurt. If you're in this condition right here, you have to flee. You have to panic because you're protected by Suleiman here. I don't know if that makes any sense to you or not. Hold on here. I don't know if that makes any sense to you or not. That's why it says pray, pray, right? Because see, their prayers were answered. That's why it don't say winter here. It don't say Sabbath. It don't say Sabbath on the second part. Why I say Sabbath is this one and winter is this. So pray that you don't be in winter. If you're in winter, you're in trouble. You're in winter, you're in trouble. That's why they don't mention winter Sabbath on the second part. Because it said pray, so their prayers were answered, but theirs wasn't. So they got to flee because they weren't prepared. These were prepared by the message of the covenant. That's what it's talking about. Now, the problem is, and I mentioned this, and it's not going to make sense to most of you out there. If you pay attention to this, it might make sense to those that have some information, some knowledge of Injil. I keep telling people, talk to them. I talk to you, I'm always talking to the adults. And so I'm in a mental war with them. And be careful what I say. I say it over and over again. Right? And so this here, right, it says that they knew the exact time and everything, they would avoid it. And I always said Master Muhammad is the one that makes the final call. So this wasn't talking about time. It wasn't talking about time. It was talking about condition. Right? Sabbath here represents these, and winter represents this position here. So if you caught in winter, that's why I don't mention Sabbath on this one, because their prayers were answered. You're always about why I say prayer, because their prayers were answered. But it didn't happen to them because they were seeking the message of covenant. He showed up. He showed up before, and so therefore, right, when there was attack, they didn't have to be in panic because they was prepared. The ones that flee in panic because they didn't see it coming. They didn't see demons down here. Okay? That's why I said winter. Their prayers wasn't answered. The thing is that I'm not going to allow it. Still certain thing I be very careful about saying right here, right now. Right? But see, this thing in Venezuela is what do you want to call it? I refer to as it's distraction. Okay? I'm like I've been telling you. They pay attention to this. And scriptures tell you they pay attention to it. Okay? And it said, if they knew, they'd be watching. If they knew, they would do something to prevent it. They would try to change the prophecy. There's a couple of things here. If they're watching this, they say, well, man, we've been out of attack during those months. See, because they got it all wrong. Like they got Gog wrong. The reason why they hate Russia so much, because they think Russia is Gog. I'm not going into details all that. The reason why they have false Israel so much, they think false Israel and all. You know, they got still scripture and they got it all messed up. It works. See, the thing is, I can't say too much here. One of the things I will say is that they blew it. Demons blew it too. They blew it because if they was holding back because they didn't want to fall into that 3-month period where it was disastrous for them, right? And he says it's going to happen between. We shouldn't. We stopped. They was killed. They were tearing their ass up. We stopped it. If we go on during that period, so let's through after this, and that'll mess the prophecy up. I mean, that's what they're thinking. Remember, they tried to kill all the main children in Moses' time, the main sons in Moses' time, and just they trying to upset the prophecy. But really, what they did was they gave a ram more time to prepare. I'm not gonna say anymore. I said too much. I'm at a mental war with them, and I be careful what I say. And the thing is that the people that study Injil, see, they was going on based on what I've been saying, rather than looking at Injil key. Look at Injil key, they might have saw that. See? The prophecy is based on Injil key. When you see Injil key, but then you see it. Okay? They was going about what I've been saying about it. Right? I was talking about this. Let me see if I can find that. I point this out. It said this gospel is preaching all the nations. This gospel, not the Quran. Okay, where is that? Okay, here. Okay. This about 2 years ago. This is 2024. Right? See? And it's talking about prayer won't happen in winter. Right? Here it says, well, both are here right here. Not happen in winter or Sabbath day. Both are here. If that puts you in this window right here. Right? If you go by this, right, then you come to this result. But this is not the Injil key though. We probably learn it from the Injil key. See, I showed them from this point of view. Okay? So devils, they run with that, like, they run with all, so that's their problem. From this point of view, if you look at a Sabbath from the 7th month, September, then you come with this idea. That's the Injil key though. Yeah, you got to focus on Injil key. Injil key. A lot of things I say outside of Injil key. The thing about the last president being a black man. Well, that was Elijah. That was outside Injil key. I went with it. Caused me a lot of problems. I was there when he said it. That's not the Injil key. The Injil key says no. The Injil key says no. It'll probably be a demon. They will take this to America. But that says it'll be, because Elijah said it wasn't Injil key. And so he said it. Maybe you know something I don't know. Anyway, maybe you understand, maybe you don't. But Injil key, that explains it. But you have no March the first month, go down, and why is it Sabbath? That's the Sabbath, 7th. That's winter. One time I mentioned winter, one time I mentioned both. So, right? So this one, everyone's in panic. Because I always told you that he will come just before. So if he comes just before, they're not going to panic, are they? If he comes just before they attack, then these won't be in a panic. Well, that should have been a little hint right there for you. These won't be in panic because they'll know what to do. But these won't. They're going to attack all blacks. Right? So these will be in panic. I'm out in the suburbs. Or, whatever. You see what I'm saying? These are the ones going to impact. Maybe you got it, maybe you don't. Let me move on. Let me speak to this again quickly. There's a question about this. He kind of, that a little bit. He couldn't hit any stuff directly. So he talked about indirectly. But you understand that DNA, that's the building. All your cells are made of that. Everything, that's what you made of. That's what you made of right there. That's your building material. All comes from that. And that's when you were sperm, that's what you was with DNA strand. So if you could take a microscope and look at your whole body, the microscope, that's what you see. You see, unless you go down to the atomic level, then you see a lot of atoms. If you just go down to the molecular level, right, what you're going to see, molecular level, or that's what you're going to see. You're going to see nothing but disconnected this way, all these different type of ways to build a heart, to build lungs, whatever. All you're going to see is that. And we had to build a turn on, just like we had to build a turn on DNA, like the ability we have to open our eyes and close them. Okay? We don't have the ability right now, not conscious of it. Okay? But originally, when the universe was under complete contraction, there was nothing to see. Eyes and ears, all that comes out of DNA, all that's built in there. It's all built in. So you didn't need eyes because there's nothing to see. The ears, nothing to hear. You need legs because no, right? That's why I say make on the cream of, why I say cream of planet Earth? Because cream rises from the bottom to the top means we originate in the center of the earth. We rose to the top. So in the center of the earth, there was no place to walk. So you need legs. None of the holes, just you. None of the arms. And that's the structure you was in. That structure can withstand. It was conscious. More conscious than we are right now, individually, conscious of the entire universe. It's thought, 24 billion miles per second. But it didn't need the physical features that we have because there was no air, so it didn't need lungs. And as the universe started expanding and it started maker, cream of the planet, maker, owner, cream, start making, then we start developing the features needed to correspond to creation that we're creating. But now we're in the condition we are right now. At some point in time, we separated male and female, the gender. And then we produce every animal, it's no coincidence. Every living thing on this planet has DNA and it has some that DNA, not some special DNA from someplace else, has some aspect of that DNA in it. It really has a lot of it. It has very little of it. Some portion of it. Because it all came from us. And we turned it off, right? So and most of us turned off. Well, it doesn't not exist for them. Somebody said, well, man, I didn't walk, well, you didn't need to walk, so you need legs. That's the way we looked at originally. Original God, look, you're looking at him. That's where you look. Look at it, I'm saying at him because it wasn't any gender. We need legs until, well, actually, we lived in the ocean for 3 years before we moved to the surface. We have fins. They tell you if anybody's looked at a baby in embryo in stage, at some point they have gills. What do they need gills for? What do you need gills for? We lived in the ocean for 3 years before we moved to the surface. Male and female was one at one time. Why men have breasts? They don't need them. They still have them. All these different little signs there. That's what it looks like. That's what original being looks like. Pure form. This creation developed, right? Developed things to see. All that stuff is built in, right? It's like, you ever seen a rose? It's growing, all of a sudden, then, you get the stems, and all of a sudden the rose pop out. It's in there. All of a sudden it comes out. It's like a tree. It's growing, all of a sudden they see apples. Right? It's all in there. So it's like we're growing. So we're growing, okay, now we produce eyes. Then we produce legs. You said in nature right now. You see, you put a seed, and all of a sudden all these things come out of it. They was in it. That's a seed of life. What did Elijah Muhammad call it? We call it He didn't call it seed of life. What do you call it? Something like that. He called it, I forgot what he called it. It says, life. Life. That's how much knew that because he told him, but he called it. He said it was, I don't think he said seed of life. But something like that. I can't think of that. I can't remember what he called it. He called something like that. Seed of life. He didn't say seed of life. I'm sure that wasn't it. Atom of life? Think of the atom of life. We start atom of life. I think that's what he said. Atom of life. I think that's what he said. It is. Never heard that before, but anyway, I'm making things clear. It's so much to talk to you about, brothers and sisters. We at it now. This thing will pop up any day now. Maybe while I'm talking. I prepare myself for it. Again, that's why I tell people study pressure, study our reality. Say Injil key, because this key put everything back to Injil key. If you put it back to Injil key, you might have figured out what I was talking about. I said something. I said, if you figure out, don't say, don't tell anybody. Injil key is what's driving the whole thing. So take it back to Injil key. If you took that back to Injil key, you might have figured out. That's the difference between knowledge and data. The devils, remember, they're being confused because they're trying to figure out. That's why Herod killed those babies and Pharaoh killed those babies because they're trying to figure out how to stop this. So they said, well, I'm gonna do shotgun effect. I'm just gonna kill all the male babies. They was paying attention. One of the reasons, I don't know if I should say this or not. Remember, they're going to attack. One of the motivations of attacking us right away is, if you pay attention to what I just said, but at that point, the Nation of Islam being in control of the mess of the covenant. He's preaching, he's telling everybody. Remember, this guy's preaching all the world that the end will come. So the truth be clear. Let me think about a couple things here first before I say speak. You know, it's too complicated, so I shouldn't even talk to it. I should show the scripture. I said we would use that Chaldeans. That's the scriptural word for Caucasian. Chaldeans. It would be enslaved in the land of Chaldeans. You didn't know that before. Nobody else knew it either. They didn't know who the Chaldeans were. That's Caucasians. So, in the creation process, like I said, as we move further and further into time, right? At the beginning, like I said, all the functions, if you see about tree functions, the animal function, all that was in that DNA. So we had all those functions. then as time went on, then we started giving functions to aspects of DNA, and then we turn it off on us. And through certain things, the bees make honey, so forth. We turn those functions off now. So we come this destruction. But when you look at when you look at all the biological system here, all the animals on planet life, you're looking at the God, because all of us, it's all one biology. I don't know how to say it in other words. So you're looking at the form that Allah is in right now. Form we're in right now. All that's part of us. We're going to bring it all back together. As the Quran said, we're going to bring it all back to us. So the thing is that Shabazz is the God that controls all this. Control all those tribes too. They're the God tribe. Right? So we got to the point where we're about to lose energy deprivation. We say, okay, let's produce. Okay? We think Yaku's people came from. We think that they came. What tribe did they come out of? It was promised. There was a tribe that was. Yakub took and produced those out of it. Right? But remember, those original people he did it with. They said, okay, I was able to have control of nations. I shouldn't get into this about sisters. The bottom line is, okay, we did this on purpose. That's why it says, who says, who put Adam in charge? We did. We put Adam in charge. Why we do that? Because we had no power to rule nations directly, so we produced a subordinate tribe, if you will, right? That would do it for us. That's why it's told, don't touch that tree. Because they will control, that's how we control the nation through them. That's why we're here with them. We control the nation through them. Until a time came we gained control again. But then they turned on us. That's why they're being judged. That's why they're going to be destroyed. They turned on us. Because they said, don't touch that tree. I don't know if that makes sense to you, whatever, brothers and sisters, right? See? Because we use them as a battering ram to control all those nations, and they have. That's because the Chaldeans were able to control all the nations in our behalf. Until we get through this situation and gain control again. But we had a backup. If they do turn on us, with the force they turn us with, that would transform into from angels to gods. So, okay. So either way, we come out a winner. That makes any sense to you. That's it. I'm just telling more things as we move closer, bro. As I said, there's a lot that I can tell you. You have a lot from the last few days you never heard before. You'll hear more. When you go to a new world, you're going to have a new mind, a new perspective, everything. And everything I'm telling you right now throws everything they've been saying out the window. And so they're going to be total resistance to it. Because this truth is so great, resistance is going to be great. Resistance, right, is signs of growth. If you know resistance, that's why Farrakhan's, he don't have a resistance because he ain't growing. He's not growing that truth. He's part of this. You only resist when you only grow when you want to change, make a change, right? Every action is an opposite reaction. So growth means, right, it's an action. Right? Growth is an action. The reaction is going to be resistance. The more you grow, the more resistance you're going to have. Every action is opposite reaction. So if you don't want to resist, don't grow. Just die. Farrakhan's killed the nation. Right? And then they tell you, oh, we love it here and everything. So he doesn't make the nation grow. He make it conform. That's why there's no resistance. I put him in jail and all that kind of stuff. No resistance because he's not growing. The nation is not growing. There was a lot of resistance. Well, they respect Elijah Muhammad because he's kicking their ass. But you may hate somebody, but you respect because he's, hey man, that was a hell of a battle. You respect their power. Again, it's the mathematics for brothers and sisters. It says right there. Because he ain't been arrested in jail. Nobody's just talking bullshit because he's saying, I want to stay here. I love America. They my brothers. How is that? That's not growth. That's totally against Elijah Muhammad taught. That's death. That's not except for you, death and life. Death, there's no resistance. It says choose life. And obeys law and none can stand against you. It means why would you worry about something standing against you unless you have some resistance? It's all in there, but you got to learn to start reading things, brothers and sisters. But if you death, there's no resistance to death. There's no resistance to nature of Islam. He tried to then there is. Or why people call me anti-Semitic or stuff. Nobody give a damn about that stuff. No resistance to him. Nobody trying to put him in jail. Nobody's invading. He ain't got no monster invade anyway. And plus, he is taking money from Saudi Arabia. That's bullshit. He's a multi-millionaire. How did he become a millionaire? Let me go to this, but I said my main, so I'm going to talk two things, I'm going to close. I said my main point. Check my sound here. Y'all go to so back to winners. That's what it's talking about. So, you know why? They don't have to flee. They're all going to flee together. They're all going to be attacked. But the other ones, they're the ones got to flee and panic. Right? The others don't. And that's why I say pray don't happen in winter or Sabbath. So those in the nation of Islam, because someone comes there before they attack, and they don't flee like that. See? But tell me, the ones out there fleeing in panic. Why? Because I always said the reason why they're fleeing because they weren't prepared. So they're not prepared. But the others will be prepared. See? They will be on attack. But they already know what's coming. And so they'll survive it, and plus they'll get out the way. But they won't, if you understand it. I'll say it like that. Because the question was, why do you say pray? Well, if you pray only be answered. You pray to make prayer in the right place. And the person that's got to make this happen is Master Fard Muhammad. Does all this add up to you yet? Therefore, the ones in winter, they flee in the winter. Right? Their flights in the winter, they're in trouble because they're the winter. If you understand Angel Key. They don't mention Sabbath and other ones because they don't have to worry about it. It's protected. Anyway, let's move on. Am I showing up? That's what's happening right now. That's why I should have this picture here also. We got to restore our vision. Right now, the battle actually I should have Master I'm showing you too. You got to take them down. As the war resumes. Because right now the world's saying the vision, the whole world sees, and the vision we see particularly, that they're to see Abraham. They're Israel. They're not. And it says that division is hurt to us, but that vision says we don't have a vision. And people that don't have vision perish. That's why it says stuff. So we perish because we don't have a vision as a people. People don't have a vision. A vision, that's why people are not united. They don't have a vision. So they're heading for destruction. They're being planned against, truly. We don't have a vision. So you can sneak up on them. So we got to take the vision down and plant true vision. Right? But you got Farrakhan, he's part of that process. See? Because he's not really telling, well, in a sense, he said, well, yeah, we're Israel, but you know, He's not. There's no growth there, and he's part. Remember he's a demon. He's a devil himself. Okay? We got to establish our vision back, and he's part of the reason why. Right? We have a vision, because he said, "What is the vision? The vision is we're going home." He said, "We're not going anywhere." He's part of destroying that vision, even if also it goes down. He's the backup plan. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay here. Right? We got to repent, all this stuff. In fact, he said we're not going anywhere. He don't teach about the message of the covenant. Remember I told you? He don't talk about Joshua. That means that's the vision. I mean, how when it says, okay, what it says, the Lord you seek, you're seeking the vision. That's what you're seeking. You're seeking the vision. But he said no. He's killing the vision at every point. There's no message of covenant. There's no Joshua. There's no covenant. He's part of killing that vision. And that vision, once that vision is established, once we get rid of that, then our vision is realized. The vision that Elijah Muhammad was teaching. Because Farrakhan is not teaching Elijah Muhammad's vision. He's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's vision. Once that vision is established, then we come together. Visions unify people. And then once the vision, then there's people come together, see the great army, because now they have a vision. They got rid of Farrakhan. And it put down Antichrist. They both go together. Soon the Antichrist goes, Farrakhan go right behind them. And now you come together, see the great army. And then now you got a battle of God. You got two armies battling each other. See? If you got to see, you need to see the great army to battle the army. They didn't have an army before that. Because you wasn't battling the army. You was battling the demons. But they weren't the army. We were the army. So now you're the army. So now you go against God. See? That's tribulation. They're going to try to do everything against that. You're going to resist. Then you go. I talked about that before. I'm not going into detail, but anyway. Now you got rid of Farrakhan. Right? It's more. I'm just in general. He's thrown out, but you got two stages. You got to throw Pharaoh out, take control of NOI. Then you got the separation of the demons and the saints. That's the second stage. The first stage where you separate, where you throw Pharaoh out, that's going to, I believe that's internally. Because that's what it says. When they saw his son, when they ran to him. So they had the internal struggle between them. When that voice kicks in, right, they're going to, okay, that's it, Farrakhan. There's going to be a struggle right there to get him thrown out, take control of the NOI, the temple. Not that mosque, they call it. At that time, that's when they welcome the message coming in. Okay. What's going on? Okay. And then he warns them about being attacked. They prepare for it. Right. Then when the attack comes, right? Their flight is safe, pretty much safe, because they already prepared for it. I mean, they have to fly, may not have to fly any big flight at all, because they already be where they need to be. The demons, they got it, because they didn't know. So they're the ones got a word. They ones can't go in the house get their baby. They ones can't, because they panicked. They didn't see it coming. That's it. They'll set in darkness in the great light. They talking about I talked about this before about the. I will walk through the valley. I explained that in detail. I'm not going to do it today. But in that presentation, I just explained that. They don't know how they talk about on that one. Anyway, now you got two armies colliding with each other. Pharaoh's armies and Levites, saints. They come together, unified. It's God. At that point, there's two stages here. While they're doing that, then they see these guys in this war suit. Right? But there's two stages here. At that point, when the Levites come and see the great army, same point when the elect and the lamb leave, and they go, say, I go away to prepare a way before you. I don't go into this. So I go prepare. My house has many mansions. My father's house has many mansions. My father's house has many mansions. Saudi Arabia. I go away to prepare a way before you. They go in to prepare the groundwork, right, for the war to take our land back. Prepare the way for the Levites. They make the tribulation. Whether they make it or not, it doesn't matter. That war is going to take place. They're going to prepare the way for that battle. The Levites make it through. They join the battle. Then we fight together, take our land back. We defeated Gog, and now we're going to take out the Jinn. That's the Jinns. That's our land they have. Then once we take them out, then we have control in the Middle East. So all the oil which China and India depend on. They get a lot from Russia, but they won't get from Russia because Russia is in Armageddon with America and the rest of Europe. So, and they're cut off from the oil in the Middle East. And that oil fuels their realities, their economies. They have winter economies. They became powerful in the winter economy. Winter's over. Spring's coming in. So spring destroys them too. See? So they want to maintain power, but they need to maintain power in their minds. They need the oil, which Iran refused to give them. Now, Muhammad controls that in the Middle East now. And they're in submission to him. And so they have no choice. They're going to attack. Right? But now, let me say another way. At this point in time, right, Arabia, where their main source of oil is from, will be controlled by the Lamb. Remember, they've taken it now. So Iran and Arabia, the Shia and us are united. Okay? And so they attack. They make war with the Lamb. They try to take Arabia. Okay? But they figured they have trouble taking Iran because Iran's powerful. Remember, we just took Arabia. Just a little ragtag in the age of Islam. We just took it. We don't have atomic bombs. We don't have missiles. We just keep the Arabs out of there. So they figure that's the easy target. They come attack us. If we don't defeat them, we prevail against them. So we beat them out. We don't defeat them. It says the Lamb overcome them. He beat them out. They don't defeat them. Right? But then desperate straits. And then what happens? All this time, Africa was a part of all of this. Africa was working with them. But now at this point, they're in trouble. But Africa, under control of Obama, they want the same thing we want control of the planet. Remember, they're not winning people. They don't want to win it. They want to get rid of communism and they want to get rid of all that stuff themselves. And they want to maintain because that's their realities. That's why they became powerful. That's a leopard. Leopard had 4 heads, and 4 wings. 4 heads authoritarian and 4 wings. Remember, and the heads because so many of them. And they're the most 2 populous nation on the planet. And 4 wings democracy. And that's what it is. One of them authoritarian, one's democracy. That's the leopard. Yellow, brown spots. What you have to do to understand that one? That's the goat. But he wants the same thing. So they can't get us. They turn towards Africa. Africa, a lot of oil and stuff there. Nigeria, a place like it there. They can't do it in the Middle East. They turn to Africa. So then they run to him. He actually defeats them. He defeats them. So then what's left? God the Maker is gone. Antichrist is gone. The demons are gone. Everybody's gone except two brothers, Esau and Jacob. Two brothers, Esau and Jacob. Levites and Shabbat. He takes out Hades, giant India, takes him out. He's the bear that plucked the 3 horns by the roots. What was the 3 horns? The ram had 2 horns, that's American Britain, God and Magog, and the horn of the ram, the goat, rather, right? Which is China, India. So he plucks them up by the roots, he takes them out. And then now it's between 2 brothers, and he says, the king is mine. You stole it from me. Remember the story of Jacob and his suit? You stole it from me. He said, no, you made an agreement. So he wants to take, no, I'm the boss. The king, the earth belongs to me. You sold your inheritance to me. So, oh no, well, you stole it from me. You tricked me. No. That's a disagreement. So he wants control. He says, Lucifer, so I will set my throne on the far north. What was the far north from here? That was America. He was the president of America. It tells you he's the one that rode that white horse. When that conquer, enter, conquer. He made 2 conquests. That's another story. Anyway, that's the argument. So then he attacked us. So there's a battle between Esau and Jacob. He's attacking. He says it'll be a terrible war. A terrible war. It says it takes 6 months to bury the dead. It says Master Muhammad is going to pour something on them that's going to cause their flesh to dissolve right on the bones or something to that effect. I forget. Anyway, they're defeated. And now everlasting kingdom now. Suleiman is the master, is the high priest. Master Muhammad is the God. There's David and Solomon. Master Muhammad is Solomon. Master Muhammad is David. He's the one that slew Goliath. Goliath is the false Israel. And his son Suleiman said was wiser than him. He's the one that set up the kingdom. That's what tells your story. He's the one who built the temple. But David was the king. He was his father, spiritual father. It said the Messiah would come from the line of David. But that could be Farrakhan, his father's the devil. Another hit at him. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm going to close here, brothers. Well, I'm going to walk through this. It says that, do your seed all nations be blessed? So how is that so? That's, seed of Abraham, all your nations be blessed. So, they're claiming they're seed of Abraham, God and Magog. They're spiritual seed of Abraham. And that they're doing, that's, remember, because the Chaldeans said they were doing us in the name of their God. But he said, oh, no, Jesus, whatever. So they claiming, so they getting all this, because they say, hey, you're getting all this power and everything in the name of Jesus, because we the spiritual seed of Abraham. That's how they got rich. They say doing Jesus' will. They claiming who loves, who helps Israel be helped, who blesses will be blessed, who be cursed. Say everybody bless them because they say we Israel. One got powerful, one got rich, claiming to be the seed of Abraham. Claiming to be us. And then you got he's claiming Messiah, which he's not. So now, Honorable Master Farrakhan, and he said, as far as a Jew, Caucasian Jew, that's what he says, or Portuguese. But he's getting all the accolades and everything because he's saying, I'm the Messiah. Which means, he's from the seed of Abraham, but she's not. All these are claiming association with, because that's how they're getting powerful and rich. Then you got these. They are Abraham's seed. They claiming that inheritance is theirs. They're not. They're Sarah's son. They're not Sarah's son. It said God gave the inheritance to Jacob, so therefore they threw Jacob into slavery. They betrayed Jacob in slavery, and still with his inheritance, because inheritance is the land, Arabia, that belongs to Jacob, not him, not Ishmael. And then economics. The fruit of our labor here that the devils have control of, right? Make sure we don't have economic control. So economics is going to them. That's how they got powerful. Because China got powerful economics of industrial, which they gave them, keep us from having it. That's the fruit of what we should have got being here. Remember, they put it on our control. We empowered them. We made Adam. And the intellectual stuff going to India. India's over here now. I'm not going into any more detail on that, but I'm just get the basics. That's how they all bless through us. Because they're getting this economics that we should have got. They give it to them to keep us from getting it. Okay. Then Esau, he's saying, he's heir though. See, Ishmael's saying he's the heir of just Arabia. But Esau said, I'm the heir of the whole damn planet. One more thing, brothers and sisters. Now, I have a hard time trying to explain this. Let me try again. The devils are living off of us. The parasites. It was building for them, was producing food for them, everything was living off of us. That's what slavery, so-called slavery, is all about. Living off of us. But they had their black-faced children. That was house niggas. House niggas was living on us vicariously because what master got from us, then they passed on to them. They ate better food because where the food comes from, from us. Better clothes, where the clothes come, it comes from us. So they both was living off of us. That was directly, they was vicariously or indirectly, but they still living off of us. But we're no longer in the fields, devils couldn't live off of us anymore. Well, that's no story, but basically, in the general sense, they wasn't living off us anymore. They're still living off us, but not in that sense. So that structure, niggas, field niggas, massa, and house niggas, that structure came apart. So now, house niggas say, well, massa, you ain't give us anything. Well, yeah, because we ain't getting anything from those niggas off the field anymore. We're gonna live, massa. Daddy. Well, you ain't gonna live off us. We can't give you anything because we was getting it from them. We can't give you anything because we was getting it from them. And we're not getting it from them anymore. At least not like we used to. So if you want to do something, you can live off of them. You ain't gonna live off us. Understand that. You can live off of them directly. But you ain't not living off of us. You get it? You can live off them directly. Okay, that's what it did. The preachers, Farrakhan, all buzzers living off of us. They don't produce anything. The politicians, they're all demons. They're living off of us. Remember, they're demons. They're married children. And there they teach you all vote, American system, be good, all this stuff, right? Because that same thing they was when they was house niggas. They would tell you, they would send the preachers out and everything. They had their own children. Remember, they was all the preachers and everything. They was house niggas. Obey master, love master, forgive master, whatever. And that's what they're doing. That's what they are. These preachers and everything else. Right? Because they're not producing anything. They're living off of you. Because they can't master you, ain't live off of us. You can't come in our neighborhood and build no church. You can't come in our neighborhood and build no store. You can live off of them. And that's what he did. Jesse Jackson, Sharpton, all of them. Right? They're living off of us. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. think I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Well, I'll show something here and I'm gonna close. I explain this, right? So you look at my previous presentations, explains this. The separation between the two. It got worse and worse. Approximately 50 years, it got worse and worse and worse. We're going this path, they're going this path. They get close to Master, we're getting further, trying to get further away from Master. That's the bottom line. Industrial age, the electronic age, we get further away from each other. We want to go more African, they want to get more European. Get further, right? The separation is greater. We still call ourselves black. We said, hey, we got the hell, leave the country. So no, man, we want to be integrated. We want civil rights. We want to be the same like you. We accept us, we're your children. We don't accept the same thing as your white children. And then at this point, separation so great, we realize, hey, then the Suleiman come and make you realize, no, there's different people. These foreign constitute that thing, oh, we got to work together. We got to communicate, debate, because he can't teach this gospel, because then he be out in himself, because he's a demon. So he can't preach on demons. So that's why Suleiman makes it clear, no, they're not our brothers. They're skin folk, they're not kinfolk. And so they start hating each other because now they realize they're different people. So let's see what a person on this path would be saying.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
That's not our brothers. That's what Pastor think he's following. What Pastor think he's on. Is that path the right path? Remember, we start hating each other now because we realize we're two different people. So, what does you got to say about Nate Islam? You want to put steak in his pocket? Excuse me. Want to put steaks on his plate? $500, $600 suits on his back? $10,000 rings on his fingers? What do you think about them? Because we start hating each other because we realize we're two different people. Let's see.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Minnie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minnie. Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. we were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Oop. That's what we think about Islam. Both sides, male and female. Both sides. We got a lot of women eat their ass. But if you love America, love the details, love the demons, love the devils. But he don't like NY, does he? He neglects to say that he's the one that killed it. You want to kill it? No, I. At the buzz of the ears, he come back to eat the flesh. The body he killed, that he killed. What path you think he's on, brothers and sisters? This path, this path. Your choice. I'm going to play a few of these things, brothers and sisters. I'm going to close.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. (1) And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. (15) See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16 In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17 But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18 I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19 I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing, therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20 That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Again, the brothers and sisters. Okay, we transition from, I try to explain to you, transition from spring to, from winter to spring. So society, God is based on winter. And the people, winter people. Spring is enemy to them, global warming. Well, it destroys all evidence of the winter. That's what we have here. Rain, winter, winter, spring. I'm trying to hold back this winter. Got people in the winter. Trying to hold back. And winter, spring. Well, it's good in the spring. Oh, hold on, brother. Right down there. Who's your favorite bag hunter? All this can be run to the winter. So I constantly heat man. Mm. Mm. And here's one, not about to be cast down. The demons are separated. Two armies, one to fight for America and one to get the hell out of here. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, based on that rise against thee in judgment, thou condemn. We have to understand how pressure works to understand that, brothers and sisters. Man's hearts fell in them for fear of expectation of those things come upon the earth, for the powers of heaven will be shaken. Black as well as devils. I'm not going to explain in detail what's going to happen over there. Over here, you want to see it happen over here. Genocide on a massive scale. Religious war on a massive scale. Shia, Sunni, massive scale. They're going to turn the sands into blood. Genocide. Massive. He did mention that 5 pillars, but he didn't go into detail. He's doing everything he can to try to free up this message. They don't understand them. The 5 pillars is your protection, your shield. Pillars. He's a main part because unseen, and you got to understand your knowledge, have faith. And most you don't have your knowledge, you got a lot of data, no knowledge. The experience will give you the wisdom. I'm not going into details here, but it shows the kind of resistance you're going to come to as you start growing in these areas. All kinds of ways that weapons prepared against you, brothers and sisters. But none will avail if you have these 5 pillars, if you understand them and apply them. Weapon, one of the main weapons, but it's more powerful than atomic bombs and things. Tornado can wipe out a whole, they can wipe out a whole state. Wipe it out. If you haven't swallowed that, you just don't know it yet. Here we go. Good instrument there. What's going on there? Father. Google it. Yeah. Come to the inbox. I'm leaving there. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
when they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics? I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland if it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just let your eyes tell you the truth for once. This is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing. One culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like, that's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what was the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided. and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, What's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even rolling. They're not even subtle about it. What this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all of these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, oh no, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus, Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holiday, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in their own rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And So we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there with sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? At schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now, a year later. It's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? They said, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers, when they doing it, farmers said, oh. So then they asked, Master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, hey, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We learned about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't prepare people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, some of them replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Okay. Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, the devil said, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Just all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, I say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got a million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got a million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got a million ounces of gold and you got a million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got a million ounces of gold and you got a million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away. It's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything. Because Farrakhan didn't, right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. All right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it travel land. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan, right? So they closed the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master. I'll come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I'll do anything you want. No, we don't. Remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving. You ain't got your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they were going to give you some land and take care of you? You think they were going to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, that would be 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You going to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boy, it's coming here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something they call it right there. That 6th day. They're begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is, wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they're not getting more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.